I can share a little bit on like why Impossible we deploy on different chains. Like two most important solutions we need. Well, it's a bit cliche, but like bridge, and then also a solution of how to relay on-chain information from one chain to a different without like any human interventions, because we wanted to make everything fair and transparent for our community. Yeah, obviously like cross-chain borrow lending and like bridges already mentioned, definitely important. One thing we thought about is actually cross-chain, like get the test tools for cross-chain user experiences. Because right now, like there are a lot of like testing, or like they're more focused on like the dApp itself on the single chain. But when we're talking about multi-chain, and then how people overall like oversee the whole thing from a multi-chain perspective. Sorry. Yeah, that's I think that's something we're also looking at. If you guys know, yeah, if if you guys know any projects that's like building like focusing on like cross-chain like user testing experiences, like would definitely let us know.
Well, so this is the biggest, one of the biggest hurdles that we see coming, basically, is sure, like you need the tools to kind of abstract that away, but like, let's just take like a wallet, for example, right? If you support the EVM as a wallet, it's fairly quick for you to support another EVM chain. But now in the case of these EVM on non-EVM environments where they might not use an EVM wallet, right? Like, like Phantom, for example, does not yet support EVM. There is still kind of this problem of having to go between multiple chains, right? And so with Neon, we kind of like we've created an SDK that wallet builders can integrate in order to like go between, Neon and Solana. But the wallet providers need to actually integrate it, right? So it seems like it becomes sort of a race to integrate as much as possible. It's just like it's a race to build, sort of.
I think integrations are obviously by design central to this. End of the day, all you're doing is connecting. So by connecting, definition mean you're integrating as such. But the wallet is, I mean, you could see it, evolving into you don't have a native wallet of Ethereum. You just have a wallet which is a cross-chain wallet, right? That cross-chain wallet has done all the integration on the back end. It's abstracted from the user. User is not switching between, let me go to the Solana tab and the Ethereum tab and see USDC in Solana and Ethereum. User is just seeing USDC. That USDC, as I said, is a canonical form of a multi-chain asset. You don't know what that is. That could be on any chain, but you don't need to know. And then depending on which app you're deploying with, it abstracts away and then picks up the right integration at the back end. So that's your kind of purest form of cross-chain wallet. Again, I'm painting a very promising scenario if that all works with all the abstractions, but that's how it should look like in my opinion.
And maybe just to add to that a little bit, and maybe an appeal to like everybody in the space is a little bit tribal. Everybody has their own bags. Everybody has their own convictions onto what's going to be. But especially when we talk about the testing, the cross-chain stuff, in the end, this should be a collaborative approach, because if we have better testing environments, if we have better tooling that can span this multi-chain world, then in the end, it's going to be safer for everybody. And like every hack, every failure, in the end, it's like one project that is affected, but it's the entire space that suffers.
Totally agree.
I think I want to take a semi-tangent. I know we've been fairly focused on DeFi with multi-chain so far. I don't know to what extent maybe Sarah or Sarab or even Dom, you guys have seen use cases for NFTs across multiple chains, whether it's for gaming or otherwise. It's really sort of, this seems to be even further out there, right? Because I think multi-chain from like a DeFi perspective makes all the sense in the world, right? You're aggregating yields, you're kind of like improving market efficiency. But for something non-fungible, what is kind of the use case that you see?
So we're actually thinking of our own like Impossible NFT collections, but then in terms of like, it's probably like a little bit different from a PFP NFT. So we kind of want to like empower the NFT for it to have some usage, like utilities basically the users can maybe get some like booster factors to like impossible like staking on our protocols, then it really like that requires the NFT to kind of cross-chain because we're multi-chain at some time. Or the other way is maybe have a relay solution so that we can pass a message down cross-chain, then we don't really need the NFT to be cross-chain. So either works at the moment. We're also exploring actually.
Yeah, I mean, NFTs, you have to think that NFTs is kind of obviously a generic kind of construct, which obviously PFPs are the most popular, but like you have NFTs, which are integral part of a lot of DeFi stuff. So Uniswap, LP pools are NFT represented. So that's, you can't decouple NFTs from kind of DeFi itself. So there is a multi-chain utility right there itself outside of PFPs. Or for the art forms that we know. So that's one. And I think there's going to be see more and more of that. Wealth management and all stuff, representing your positions, representing your indexes. So by design, all of them have the same needs as we were talking about DeFi. But if you just talk about just the even the PFPs, I mean, gaming, again, it's about community building, and you're going to have the largest gaming community, and you don't want to be restricted to people who are, Ethereum holders or Solana holders, and every game wants gamers from everywhere, right? In a play to earn scenario, you want people who are earning through this. That could be from anywhere else as well. And so by definition, you want to be enabling them to have these assets move around, even though they are poor NFTs. So I think that it's equally important that the complexity in this is because NFTs, you can attach so many other properties to it, how the royalties get paid off. You can configure that in 500 different ways. And now if every chain kind of creates their own standard around it, that just increases the complexity to a different level, right? Some have royalties embedded already, like near, some have different. And then now when you in generic message passing, your integrations become even more expansive because you have to support all those possible rules from one to another and port it over, which could get complicated.
Yeah, actually, this is one of the things that I also want to speak about. Actually, the Firma project I work with built like one of the first NFT bridges. And in the beginning, it all seems like quite straightforward. But then you realize, like, after you actually bridge the NFT across chain, and this is, let's say it's an NFT that has a royalty, like, how do you even collect that royalty now? Because you're gonna mint a new NFT on the other chain, which has a royalty attached to, but the contract owner of that NFT is first of all the bridge, and then I would actually have to have the protocol like approve the ownership of that contract, so they would have to have kind of like a royalty contract on every chain that the NFT is available on, which kind of gets messy. So yeah, and in general, I think NFTs cross-chain are really cool. I could see what I was kind of saw was could be a really cool thing is like if we think about metaverses, or like let's say we have like gaming environments that run on different chains, and every time I like bridge the NFT over from one chain to another, I go into like a different realm or like a different world inside of the game, and that happens by switching an underlying chain. That could be something that I think is really cool. Yeah, bridging NFTs is like, it's easier and harder at the same time, because it's easier because you're probably not going to do the same kind of like arbitrage cross-chain. So you don't rely on speed as much as you do with a fungible token. Like, it's okay for an NFT bridging to maybe take 30 minutes because it's like, in most use cases, you don't need it like right away. So you can build a bridge that's more secure and taking more time. But on the other hand, you have, as you said, all the other like, an NFT is just like, it's just a placeholder for something way, way, way bigger than an ERC20 token is, and porting over that entire space of properties is hard.
Really interesting, you guys. So I think with the last 5 minutes here, one of the themes for the whole event today is also like, how can people get involved, right, in these various communities, and then also just given the fact that we're talking about multi-chain so much, right? If you're a new builder, or maybe you're an application on only one chain at the moment, I think the lower hanging fruit is going multi-chain. But like, what are some of the other opportunities out there for people to kind of build, given that this is where we're going and there are so many gaps in infrastructure?
Yeah, if you're asking specifically on multi-chain, Yeah, I think the wallets are just a great starting point. People need to solve wallet abstractions. That to me is like the gateway to all this. So that's big one. I think there's gonna be so many form of layers. The way we think about application-specific chains or application-specific parachains, I think it's gonna be specific function-specific layers who allow all this movement, depending for gaming or DeFi and so forth, and layers to carry on all these properties, individual properties. That's kind of second, and then you can build so many cool applications. See, now that when you know that, we've been, James, we've been talking about this project around, building a cross-chain IDO. Look at these IDOs. These are like single chain, single asset, single community, and the notion that you can just come and bring any wallet that you have and then participate in this thing and then move it around. That's big deal. The cross-chain governance is the second thing. So there's all these, now there's there's meta governance. So you're thinking about this convex pieces moving around because there's convex forks everywhere. So technically, it's not very hard to do because it's the same code. Implementation is just in different chains. So if you bridge the assets under the canonical form, you can do cross-chain governance in a very, very interesting way. I don't know. I mean, I can keep going on. There's almost 150 use cases I have in my head. Then you can go on the multi-chain side.
Yeah, maybe adding to that, like, if you're a new builder, there's lots of opportunities here. Like, if somebody makes a VE token implementation on a new chain, you're gonna need a convex for that. So if you want to get started on that, you can build it. I personally think, and as we said, we're building on the Rari code base. I personally think if you're a new builder in the space, you should fork something else and build on top of it. It's extremely hard to build stuff in the space. It's much harder if you're trying to build something from scratch. So I personally think forking is like a feature of open source software, and you should use it. And then once you have the full understanding of such a thing, you'll be able to find a lot of cool stuff you can build on top of that. And these new chains, they need new applications. They will support new applications. So yeah, go and build.
Sarah, oh.
Yeah. So wallet for sure, like cross-chain relay. One thing is cross-chain, like actually follow up on the NFT, cross-chain DID solutions. So that the users will be able to say like, I maybe have a Solana wallet that's not 0x, right? And then these are all my wallets. So these are all my NFTs. So if I bridge my NFT from an EVM chain to a Solana address, and I can still prove like I still own this wallet to, for example, Impossible. So we can still like reward them for like their loyalty, stuff like that. Yeah, it's also another idea for new builders.
You guys, thank you so much for your time today. Give these guys a round of applause.
Hope everyone enjoyed this week in Amsterdam. It's still 4 days to go.
Vadim, thank you for joining our event. You, for me, one of the examples of successful startups, and you are one of the founders, and you actually created a very successful team. And this will be so interesting to see your experience and to share your success and maybe some tips and tricks and secrets. So,
Thank you for the invitation, and you ran a cool venue, so one of the best I've seen so far during this week. Today my talk is about Zerion from the inside. So guys asked me to provide some transparent view how we operate inside, besides like our interface that many people in the industry use to track their DeFi positions and NFT positions. So we stand from a user perspective. So we believe that true ownership of user assets, data, and identity will empower people around the world, and this is what makes Web3 out of Web2. And this has been not that obvious like when we started in 2016, but with more and more users coming into the space, they feel this feel of ownership and control over the assets that they never had before. Actually, there was no like true ownership before, like ownership on blockchain appeared to be. And speaking about Web3, so Web3 scales with the pace of internet. So we are now crossing this phase from like hundreds of millions of crypto owners to billion and more. So I'm very excited about next several years in crypto when it will be really go to mass adoption. So far on DEXs, it's been 1 trillion traded volume, and NFT sales skyrocketed this year. And also, the space is built by 350K developers, which is a lot, but we also have like 4.5 million DeFi active wallets. Half of them is tracked inside our database, and we index all their positions. So they at least once used Zerion throughout their DeFi journey. So it's like a bit of alpha. So about our stats, we never shared it publicly, but we have around 185K monthly active users, and we did over 1.2 billion trading volume across mobile apps and web app. And we have pretty engaged Discord community with 20K users, and they provide a lot of feedback to us. So we use their feedback on Discord, on roadmap.zerion.io. So we build from user perspective, and what they ask us to do, we implement this in the product, and it makes us the main priority to serve users and keep up with the space and speed of it. But how it's all started in 2016. So it was a very simple idea that money can be programmed. And it got me and my co-founders, Evgeny and Alex, excited about it. And there were no infrastructure, so there was no question about cross-chain bridging different assets on different chains. There was no inferers, there was no nodes, so it was pure idea and several smart contracts deployed into the network. But the idea is that you can build an app store for money was so powerful, so we decided to dedicate our careers and our passion to this particular industry. So in 2016, we built a couple of dApps. Some of them were ICO projects, some of them were like games. It was very experimental phase, so there were no MetaMask, so many users still used it via Etherscan, or they used it via MyEther wallet. So it's been completely different story as of now. Then in 2018, first DeFi protocols appeared. There was not that many. So it's been like Uniswap and Maker. We integrated both of them, and suddenly our portfolio tracking interface became like an exchange and plus a bank. So we can give credits with like collateral, but still. And we never touched users' money. So it's been something new. And then we started to continue building. In 2019, we won Y Combinator's Hackathon with a simple app to get yield from Compound with several clicks. So it's still the app for DeFi. Very simple tool where you can just deposit your USDC and get your yield, but it's very narrowed use case. So Web3, then we understood that Web3 can offer much, much more, and we need to continue building. And this was true because if in 2019 we got only 10 protocols being integrated into Zerion, then right now we have over 500 protocols DeFi protocols, lending tools, derivatives, so indices. So the whole universe of assets expanded just in 2 years. And it was very hard to imagine that it will happen in 2018. In 2020, we've been the first company to introduce native mobile apps with portfolio tracking tool in DeFi and offered best trading experience using aggregation tools like OneInch, 0x API, Paraswap. In 2021, we raised our Series A for $8 million and introduced multi-chain. So now we support 10 chains, and we introduced NFT support, which become a new type of asset. But there were many challenges on the way to this point, and many of them were not unique for the startup, but some are very unique to the space that we are working on. First is that Web3 space changes every 3 months, every 6 months, and during the onboarding period, when your teammates join, they are starting to, you not just need to tell them all the story, what's happening in the space and how it evolved, but also keep up with the pace of the whole industry and understand where it heads up. So it's during adaptation period in Zerion, we spend a lot of time trying to make sure that everyone understands basic principles of crypto and DeFi and why it works as it works of now. Also, we are distributed to a remote-first team from the start, and the key takeaway was that remote teams, they work asynchronously. So each individual should be self-disciplined and should respect how each other work. And for us, it's been a big challenge to structure the process in a way that everyone can work at when they want to work and from any point in the world. But we successfully managed to go through it, and now we have 35 employees in 8 countries. And so once one guy decided to leave the team. It was only one of 3 guys who left our team, and he said that I got stressed because I feel like Slack works 24/7 because people from different countries, different teams, they just exchange ideas, their visions, and work together to make this Zerion the best app on the market. And also people come from very different cultures and working cultures, and this is also very unique to the space because it lives online. So essentially it's like internet of value, and when people come from different cultures, you need to make sure that everyone is comfortable inside the team and everyone understands how they communicate with each other. It wasn't the issue for companies building in like very restricted geographical area before, but for crypto it's very tangible problem to solve. So while building the company in Web3 space, make sure that you remember all these points, because some of them were not that obvious that this was the main problem for that slow down some scaling process. So in 2021, we had 15 employees, and there was like only 2 teams. One was product and one was girls, and that was it. So it was like 2 separate squads that ran the whole app, and it was good, but we wanted to speed up the development. So this year we introduced new squad structure. So now we have way more squads, and each squad works on very particular user goal. So we have Stickness squad that ensures that users stay inside our app, and we have Transaction squad. That's its main goal, and the teammates working on how to make people transact inside Zerion. Then we have our main squad, the big one on the backend team, the data integrity and reliability squad that make sure that portfolio tracking is done right and all assets, all prices, all balances served fast to the user. We also have developer UX squad. So Zerion is built on top of open API, so anyone can build essentially the whole Zerion using our API. So all that data is served publicly. And we have also marketing, community squad, but this squad structure created unique opportunity for us. So now each squad works autonomously, and we move much faster now as a team after we move to this squad structure. And so what comes next for Zerion with this increased speed? This year we're introducing the Zerion Smart Wallet. So it will be a cross-chain wallet with similar to Zerion experience that tracks all DeFi protocols, all NFTs across 10 chains. And it connects to any dApp via Wallet Connect or Safari extension. So this is a huge milestone for our team. So now if before users came to us with their wallet, now they can use dApps using Zerion. So this is a big change for us, and we are thrilled to announce it in the upcoming weeks or months. So I was asked to leave some time for questions, so happy to answer them. Yes?
Are you planning on, thanks. Yeah. So, sure. So for taxes, I needed to track my portfolio, and there's this historical graph, but apparently, as far as I know, it only shows all your assets on Ethereum and only what is in your wallet. So I was wondering if you guys are planning on also showing in the historical graph basically all your funds that might be in farms or staking somewhere, and then also across different chains, because most of my funds are not on Ethereum.
Well, that's a long-awaited feature, and we rebuilt our infrastructure to make Graph work on all chains and all positions, staked and not staked, essentially tokenized and not tokenized positions. So it will be available this year.
All right, thanks.
I was just curious about how you improved the efficiency of your organization with the squads. I mean, you mentioned it briefly, but did you compartmentalize it geographically also to make it more efficient, or
no, it's
using teams that the squads are each in the continent, or?
Well, so squads, they're structured in a way to achieve certain goal inside the product, and there's no geographical, so they're not located inside one geography, but it's more in like team. Most of team efforts focus on one single metric that, for instance, thickness, so users open app more frequently and can return to it, or to transact the first time. So the whole group can focus on one particular goal and move independently from others to ensure that it's done right.
Yeah. Perimeter around it.
Yeah.
I'm actually also curious about like the maybe more the transition, because before you had two teams that kind of spanned a lot of different categories, right? Product and growth can mean a lot each. And so like when, you know, your teammates were going from something kind of broader to a much more specific focus, right? Like I guess, you know, can you talk a little bit about that transition?
So transition took a while. It took like 6 months to perform, and the main. So we spent some time understanding what metrics should be targeted. So it's not very narrow. So thickness, there's a ton of ways that we can improve thickness inside of our app. There's a ton of ways how we can make user to transact the first time. It's more on like how we align remote organization goals with the teammates in a way that everyone can contribute. So this was the main transition challenge, to understand what metrics are right, and then how to kickstart the process of start tracking in them, understanding how they improved, etc., and then reflecting on them.
Yeah, I have a question. Do you get people from Web2 into your team? And the next question, how you onboard these people in your team?
The first question is?
Web2, people from Web2.
Oh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So once people from Web2 come to the company, so well, they spend some time talking with everyone in the team, and then trying to do their first, let's say, feature release. if we're speaking about engineers, but it's mostly on one-on-ones and on like we have separate calls, like cozy Web3 talks, where we discuss very specific and very common questions about Web3, so anyone can ask dumb questions if they don't understand something. And we support them on the journey with, so the team is open, so you can essentially have a call with anyone. Yeah, there is a space to ask. When someone joins Zerion, they have direct manager and body. So direct manager responsible for the actual working questions, and body is more on like to make sure that the person is comfortable inside the team.
Thank you.
So that's it then, and join our Twitter and Discord. We post all product announcements there, so there's a lot of stuff will be released soon. So hope you join.
Thank you. Nikita, hi. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And I ran a number of hackathons and different events, and for many projects, actually for the Zerion also. This is kind of a start point, and it will be so interesting to see your way in 1inch and the role of the hackathons and technical events in the world of Web3. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I just want to share my experience actually about hackathons. There is just one disclaimer. Currently I'm working at 1inch, and the all opinion that I'm sharing right now is my personal opinion. It's not my company opinion. I can't speak on behalf of the 1inch, so it's just like my personal experience. So a bit about me. I'm Nick. I'm a software developer. I doing some stuff on Ethereum since 2017, I think. I love hackathons. I start to participate in multiple Ethereum hackathons since 2018. I was like on dozens of them, especially Ethereum global hackathons. I was like on most of them since 2018 to 2019, 2020. It was like the whole the world, all over the world. And I do some stuff, especially I was working mostly on the open source projects on Ethereum, some scaling solutions also. And I also personally started my own company on the hackathon and was working on it. After that, I joined Trust Wallet as a backend team lead. And currently, I am working at 1inch as a backend team lead as well. So this is just like some small projects on the dev post. It's like not the whole project that I made on the hackathons. And I just got I was like a winner of most of the hackathons, at least one winner, one nomination there. So like my most favorite hackathons are actually Ethereum, like San Francisco, Singapore, Denver, New York, Cape Town, another Denver hackathon, Boston. On most of them, I got at least one nomination. Sometimes we take the main prize. So I just have a bit small experience how to win hackathons, and like I know how to make ideas, how to build it, how to like get some traction on these hackathons. And I saw a lot of my friends who made some startups on the hackathons, and some of them are really big businesses right now. So basically, I think that hackathons is like something very perfect for everyone who wants to do something in crypto, who wants to be like a good person in crypto, who wants to build something important, because you can simultaneously have a lot of stuff there. The first point is actually it's very hard to travel all around the world, and it's pretty expensive, but actually it can be profitable, because I got some friends who have experienced that they travel all around the world and they won a lot of money from the prizes on the hackathons. It was more like actually it was profitable to travel. It's like one of the main points of the hackathon. You can make a lot of money as a developer as well, especially right now when the prices are really high. Also, actually, you can have a good traction on the hackathons. People can know you from the hackathons, and after that, it's much more easier to raise money for your face, for example, because if you come to an idea, it's really nice, and people knows that you are like a guy from the hackathon. They saw you on one of the hackathons. It's a really good point for how to present, how to like have a small traction even before you come to an idea for your company, for example. And also, it's like networking. I just can't imagine how you can do something on a crypto right now without communication with people. Even if you are the software developer, if you are like a geek, if you are like very geek, you still need to communicate with people. And as well, it's like ideas testing. It's just impossible to build something from scratch without any tests, without some feedback from anybody. So like Hackathon is like just perfect place for all of that stuff. And I just built like a small plan that is like very useful for any developer or for any guy who wants to build something on Hackathon. It's pretty simple. It depends on your level, actually. Sometimes you just came, you don't have any experience in crypto, or you just have a small one, you don't have a team. So just like a strategy like that. My first hackathon, I didn't know anything. I was a developer, but I don't know a lot about Web3. I just arrived to the hackathon and started to talk with everyone. So I got some small experience. I found a team, and we do something, but we failed. On the next hackathon, I do the same, but I already had a team. So we come up with an idea, and we actually got one nomination, and we won on this hackathon. But it was not a cool project, actually. I continue to do the same stuff all next hackathons, and on one hackathon we actually got a good team. I already built this one small team, and we come up with a good idea. It was a Telegram messenger bot that allows you to send crypto. It was like in non-custodial way. And after that, I actually start my own company on this hackathon. And after that, we raised some money on MIT at the United States and go there and start our journey as a company, as a crypto startup as well. So like that's the basic plan that you need to follow if you want to do something. If you fail, just go up one step back and just never give up. That's like my point of view. You can also be hard on one of the steps, actually. For example, if you got like some hackathon nominations, usually people trying to hire you to some of the good startups or good companies. It's just up to you what you want, actually. And let's talk a bit about ideas, what you need to do on the hackathons, and what's like a good ideas, what's like yes ideas and no ideas. Personally, I actually do a lot of no ideas on this list as well. It's like very bad if you're trying to do something significantly large on a hackathon. For example, maybe you're a genius and you want to build a new blockchain, and maybe it will be Ethereum killer, but it's not a good point to do this on the hackathon. It's definitely not a good point. If you are like a 10x engineer, you still don't need to do this on the hackathon because people don't like it. It will sound like not a good idea for them as well. It's not also a good point to do something on the hackathon when you don't have any skills in this sphere. If you can't understand anything, and specifically, like for example, NFTs, you don't know anything, you don't have any experience, you don't have designers, you don't have anyone in the team who knows anything about NFTs, and you want to try something about NFT on the hackathon, it's not a good idea, I think. You still need to do some research before the hackathon. You need to prepare for it. So just try to do something where you have at least some skills. If you have a good team with good skills in a specific sphere, try to concentrate on it, on the hackathon specifically. Also, it's pretty bad when nobody can understand your idea. When you come to the judges or some people there, you share your idea on the hackathon, and people have like strange face, they can't understand you at all. Maybe it's like a good point that you need to change, that you need a plan B on this hackathon. And also basically it's very bad when there is like no possible synergy on the hackathon. It's very important that there are like a lot of sponsors on the hackathon, and you need to do research before the hackathon. What are the sponsors of this hackathon? So your idea must have a synergy with them. If your project can't do something that based on the current protocols, based on the current sponsors, it's really not very useful, and possibly you will not get any prizes, any nominations, because in crypto we have like synergy between each other. It's impossible to build something without any other project. So like ESIDs is something very simple that you can build at one day. It's up to you, it's up to your team. Sometimes you have a very good engineers and can do a lot in one day, but it's awesome that you can just concentrate on one specific thing that you can solve. Like you need to define a problem and just solve only a small part of it. That's the most important, just to show like small MVP on the hackathon. You don't need to build like the best UX there, just like point there. It's awesome when you have some small experience before. For example, if you're working on Zerion, for example, and do some portfolio tracking, it will be awesome if you try to do something on the portfolio tracking on the hackathon as well, for example. So like, it's like really nice when you can combine your experience from your previous projects and do something there. Also, it's awesome when you use some other projects as a base for your project. For example, you use Zerion, like API, or use 1inch API or any other API. You will have very high probability that they give you some sponsored nomination or something like this. It's much more easier to get something when you use other projects. And sometimes it just sounds like a fun. If people are smiling, not laughing at you, but smiling when you tell us about your idea on the hackathon, sometimes it's also a good idea. It must be fun always. So a hackathon is just more about fun, not about business actually. So let's imagine you actually have some filters right now about ideas and how to prepare to do hackathon from my personal experience. So the first one, you just need to pick specific sphere. For example, like NFT, like DeFi, something like this. After that, you just need to use all the products there. Like all the products that right now are the mainstream products, try to use them. And personally, you will get some feedback, your own feedback about them. And maybe you'll find some problems. It's like very easy to find problems on most of them. And just do small research about these problems. And potentially, one of them will be not so popular. It will be important, but there is like no open solution for it. And just try to invent or like try to do small solution for this problem. That's the basic point what you need to do before the hackathon. You need to be well prepared before. If you want to win, you need to prepare for it. You just can't come and win. So that's like, let's imagine you find some problem and potential solution. Just imagine it. Secondly, you just need to define some technical stack. It's impossible to come to hackathon and don't know how to solve this problem. Specifically important, for example, if you are building something on a portfolio tracker and you don't have archived node prepared before the hackathon, it will be very hard to do something on the hackathon without archived nodes. So you need not to forget about clouds, not to forget about like all developer instruments that must be prepared before the hackathon as well. It's also important to do research about sponsors and like specifically this hackathon, because sometimes it's not a good fit for you. I just personally got some experience when our project was really nice, but the hackathon was not about that at all, and we don't get any nominations just because it was not about that. It was about crypto as well, but it was like, for example, about NFTs, but we came from DeFi space and we're trying to do something at DeFi and nobody can understand it. So you always need a plan B as well, because when you came to the hackathon, you come up with an idea and you think it's very unique, and after that there is like 20 teams and 10 of them have the same idea. So you will have like very high competitive in this hackathon, and sometimes it's just a good idea to switch your project to another one. Maybe later to do the previous idea as well. And also you need to sleep before the hackathon. You need to be very healthy. You need to concentrate on your work. And like my personal experience is very hard not to sleep before the hackathon. So you need to arrive like prior to like 2 days ago before the hackathon. So you can sleep well before it. So basically what you can do on the hackathon, actually I think it's just 2 points, basically 2 points. You need to concentrate on 2 points. The first one is just to make a small MVP about what are you doing in technical solutions. Like just solve specific small problem and show them. And the second one is just you need to ensure that everyone understands what are you doing, what is the problem, and how you solve it. Because I have so much pain with that actually. When you are too tight, you can't explain anyone what are you doing. It's a great thing from your point of view, but judges are also tired and they can't understand what are you doing, what is the main, like how it's important it is. And you need at least one person on the team who will not be concentrated on technical side and will be concentrated just to explain what are you doing and repeat it like 10 times over the hackathon to everyone and ensure that everyone really understands what you are doing. That's like one of the most important points actually. We have so many fails when we just build something great and we just can't explain it to anyone because we are too tired, we didn't sleep, and nobody can understand it. There are like a lot of barriers how we can't understand each other over the hackathon. So after the hackathon, when you actually need to get some feedback. It's like one of the most important stuff that you can get. If you want it, if you have some direction, you can always search for grants or for funding after the hackathon, because when you want something, actually that means that somebody like it, some company like it. Sometimes they can just buy you instantly on the hackathon. I saw some solutions that were just instantly bought by another company after the hackathon as well. And it's also always important to make a long-term plan for your project, because after the hackathon, sometimes people just forgot about this project at all, and they continue to work on the main job. It's really important to have a long-term plan for your project. You can't never imagine how great it will be in the future. So basically, that's like my main points about hackathons. I just want to show a small example of the hackathon project that's grown up so fast. It's like 100 people there right now, and I'm working as well there. It's actually 1inch. If you don't know about 1inch, we are one of the best like DEX aggregators on most EVM chains. We have the best prices. If you need to swap something, any coin to any other coin, we are like the best place to do this. Actually, we started like 3 years ago. I was with the founders on Ethereum New York, and I saw all the way how this company was growing from like 2 people to 100 people right now. Right now, we are on most Ethereum chains. We also have a wallet, so you can try us on iOS, on Android, on web, wherever you want. 1inch was also a hackathon project, actually. It was made at New York, just with actually 2 people, and one of them was remote. So it was only Sergey at that moment, and it was actually a pretty bad start for them, because it was Sergey and Anton are pretty experienced guys who won a lot of hackathons, but New York was like a big fail for them. Sergey was alone, he didn't sleep like for 2 days, and he can't pitch his project to the judges. They can't basically understand anything what he's talking about. And they actually didn't win a lot of nominations there. It was like one of the worst hackathons for them. It's pretty funny if you are talking about 1inch right now, and just to compare how hard it was to deliver this project over the years. I just have some basic points that I see from like my experience why 1inch became so successful company, and how they have such a good traction from the hackathon projects to the successful company. What are the main key points that I found? So basically, the main key points for me is that founders have a lot of experience on the hackathon as well. It was not the first hackathon when they tried to do something. Actually, they do a lot of stuff, and they try to build company over, not only about 1inch, but on other projects. So just you don't need to forget that anyone who are building a hackathon project right now and who have a successful company after it, it's not their first experience. So maybe sometimes they are in like for years in this sphere, so don't like never give up on it. Second point is that these guys were really maniacs of release. They have an awesome traction, It was like 1 year when they don't have funding, and they do like release almost like every day. They do something. They tweet about it. They're trying to make some partnerships. It was so crazy for me because there was like only 2 guys. They have full-time job and just trying to do traction all over the time without any funding, without any money. It was really crazy for me. And I just saw how they started to grow organically because of that. Yeah, it's very important not to forget about your projects over the years sometimes. Actually, 1inch was not so successful on the first year because nobody can understand it. There was like no DeFi at that moment. And 1inch started to grow like maybe only in 1 year after the start. It was like 2020, like the beginning of 2020 when they really have some good traction. And you also need to have a lot of partnerships. 1inch was like one of the perfect products for the partnerships. And when 1inch was started, guys were just doing partnerships with everyone they see. Like, I mean, all the DEXs, because it's like DEX aggregator, you can integrate DEX and make some tweet together with them, so you get some audience. And it's very important when your project have a good partnership synergy. And also the last point is like, I see just never give up energy in eyes of these guys. We are really working hard for like maybe 1.5 years without any funding. It's really hard. As like my personal experience, it's just almost impossible to continue to work if you don't have any funding, at least for 3 months. And these guys don't give up for like half of year, or like 1.5 years on their project. It's like very, very important when you know that your project is like innovation, to continue work on it, even if you don't have good feedback. Just continue, try to explain it and again and again and again. Basically, that's the point I see from the 1inch. So basically, that's all. If you have any questions, I will really open and wants to answer on them. I will be happy if you want to join, to subscribe to my Twitter. I got some stuff there as well.
Yeah, Nick, I have a question. You told us about the preparations before the hackathon, and my question about forming the team. What type of specialist you are taking with you and build the dream team for the hackathon?
I think basically it depends on the hackathon as well, but most important that you need at least one person that will be responsible of speaking, explaining something to the judges, more about business guy, but who actually understand tech as well. You always need like somebody like that. It's like one of the most painful experience that I got when you are hacking and you can't explain it to the judges. So like it must be like one person who is more about business, about presenting, and also another guy must be like a deep tech guy. It's impossible to build something on crypto if you don't have tech. Basically, it's something like Solidity, all-in-one engineer right now. Usually, it's just full-stack engineer with some small Solidity experience. It's basically most of the engineers on the hackathon right now. So if we are talking about team a bit larger than 2 people, I think that, like the minimum team as well is basically 2 people. It's like somebody who will present and somebody who will work on it from the technical side. But if you're talking about a bit more larger team, I got like a team of 4 people together with me. So it was like 1 front-end engineer, 1 back-end engineer, 1 DevOps engineer, and the guy who was presenting and explaining all the stuff to the people. So I think it's like the perfect team for the hackathon and also for maybe for a small company as well, from my point of view.
And another question. You shared the success story of 1inch. And from my experience, the hackathon is the great platform for the experiments, right? But what makes the difference to create this big company of 2 people? Because so many projects started on the hackathon, but so few of them became a real great project and product.
I think basically it's just experience of the founders, because sometimes you can find a problem, but it's not so important as another problem. You just need to work on it. You just need to be in this industry. And one day, it's not a talent. Actually, it's just experience. One day, you will find something that is very important, that is like innovation from your point of view, that is critically for the industry. it's just impossible to find it without any experience. So I think that like one of the main points why 1inch is 1inch, because the founders from this company were at industry for years and they tried a lot of stuff. They experiment on most of it. And if you're searching specifically for something that can be very, very like important in the future, they're trying to like to do something specifically for the future. And it's just not impossible on the first hackathon, but you just need to continue to work and just participate on all the hackathons that you can do. And I think that's the point. Like just a lot of experience, and that's the only way how you can get it.
And do not quit. Thank you so much. Yeah, one other question. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the talk. I just have a question, like what kind of technical skill set you're supposed to have when you go on the hackathon? I'm talking about not like projects that you need to know, that you said like you need to do like some research about the project that would be like presented on the hackathon. I'm talking about like programming languages and like, yeah, mostly like programming languages, I would say.
From my point of view, JavaScript is like the perfect language for the hackathons. Just learn JavaScript. Even if you are not like a JavaScript engineer, JavaScript is like the easiest language, and it's very broadly popular and famous in crypto. Like most of the products, most of the stuff is happening on JavaScript as well. And if you want to start something, JavaScript is like the perfect language. And they have a lot of frameworks, all the stuff that you need just to build something.
Thank you.
So I'm curious from the perspective of, you know, Neon is, we're going to be doing several hackathons, you know, particularly after mainnet launch, right? And so, you know, just you having been to so many hackathons in the past, like what have you really liked and what do you think organizers can do a lot better job of?
I think that the most important is transparency, how people judge products, how they give them points, for example. It's very important to understand that when you are competing with other projects, as a developer, you want sometimes when you lose, it's okay, but you want to understand that the winner is actually a really good winner. So actually on most of the, for example, Ethereum Global Hackathons, sometimes it's very transparent and sometimes it's very easy to understand that the winner is a cool project because you can just look at them and they are really cool, like they are much more better than you. But sometimes it's not so very transparent. For example, at Ethereum Global New York, there was a case when it was like some projects that do something like a forks of CryptoKitties there or at that moment, and it was like 1inch on them on the same time. And basically, all my friends were doing very cool projects on that at New York, and none of them got any nomination. It was like just some small CryptoKitties projects all over the main prizes. And we are all of us were shocked actually after that because we just can't understand why judges pick them. So it's very important to have very transparent way how you nominate projects, explain why you specifically picked this project for the first place, for the second place. It's very important feedback for the whole teams there, and they will not have any questions, they will not be disappointed, even if they lose. It will be like more clear for them why did you pick specific project there. That's like one of the main points that I cannot see on the most Ethereum Global Hackathons. They just forgot to explain and to share feedback after they got some nominations there. And another thing that I see that is not very clear actually is basically that nobody pays attention to the code. Like there is very small amount of hackathons where people actually pay attention to your code base. They just don't read your code. Most of the people just see your project, and sometimes you can just basically, I see people who just cheat on like that. They just build like a company, small startup, and they just present the startup on this hackathon. It's so crazy, but they do this like it's mainly like this. And I think that it's very important to hackathon must be a hackathon. You need to do something specifically on it. So you need to track and to verify the GitHub of the developers. It must be open source. It must have traction specifically on the hackathon, not before the hackathon, not like 1,000 commits before the hackathon. It must be specifically on the hackathon. That's the point. That's the way how I think it must be. And it's another point, for example, for the Ethereum Global, Sometimes it's just impossible to do this for like 1,000 teams, but you can automate it also. Like there is like no solution for that right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Evgeny, thank you for coming. And
thank you, guys.
You're presenting Rarible, one of the most popular marketplaces for NFT. And NFT is the term, is the word these days. So many news and interest around. From other hand, so creative thing, right? And I believe so many interesting partnership you can do or you do with your company. So please share with us what you do and how you make your platform be successful and what the possibilities you do for the others.
Absolutely. Hi everyone. How are you doing, guys? Enjoying 420 yesterday? Everyone celebrated? Yeah, let's go. All right, so my name is Evgeny. I'm leading partnerships team at Rarible. I don't have an extensive keynote speech for you today to educate and entertain, but we'll have a Q&A and probably a casual chat, and we can talk about NFTs or marketplaces or any other topic you want to talk about. So brief intro. I joined Rarible 4 months ago. Prior to that, I was working for Nike and Adidas for 10 years, doing partnerships with designers, musicians, and a lot of athletes, obviously, sports companies. And then I joined Rarible because I had this passion for crypto and a special place in my heart for NFTs. So when the opportunity came, it was really, really interesting. So who we are a community-led NFT marketplace. Obviously, there are a bunch of marketplaces competing in the space right now. So Rarible was one of the first one to kick off the whole NFT craze. And I think the biggest point of difference for us is that we constantly listen to our community and trying to add features to make NFT experience more social. So an example would be us launching Messenger within the marketplace, so you can have a direct line of communication with the artist. If you like his NFT, you can just send him a message, not going to Twitter or not going to Discord, but within the marketplace. Currently, we support 4 blockchains. So we're in Ethereum, on Polygon, on Flow, and Tezos. We just launched Solana last week on the protocol level, so it will be on the marketplace early May. So 5 chains. Again, like I think we're the only marketplace supporting 5 different chains, and we don't have, like, we're not planning to stop. So we're gonna add more and more blockchains. So a sneak preview, working on Immutable X integration in May, and then we have a lineup of other layer 2 solutions coming in summer. So the question is, like, why partner with Rarible? And I'm not going to go into details, but that's basically our pitch to partners, like why you should go with us over other marketplaces. Because first of all, we are open for business. So like we'd like to talk to people and help them. There are a lot of complaints about other marketplaces not being responsive, so we're trying to change that. We also have a very strong, probably the strongest team in the NFT space. The company is around 130 people, and most of them are developers. So I'm the least technical person in the team. So if you have any technical questions, I'll probably will not be ready to answer them. So yeah, we help you to set up your collection, to mint NFTs. A lot of brands coming to us with a question like, "Hey, we heard NFTs are cool. We have this idea, but we don't know like how to do it." So we have technical partnerships managers who just like take them by hand through the minting process, how you create the NFT, like which blockchain you can choose, like what is the price point, how you can set up your MetaMask or any other wallet to mint the NFTs. And then we have probably like one of the biggest audiences in the NFT space. So we help with marketing. Like if you launch an NFT project, if you're a brand, probably a very small percentage of your audience is into crypto and NFT, and our audience is 100% into the space. And then we do like some editorial content for them, hosting Twitter Spaces, Discord AMAs, writing blog posts on Medium, and we have an in-house PR team doing media outreach. And yeah, that's actually, so we did a project for Twitter when they dropped their 140 characters collection, so that was Rarible who did it. So a few examples of the type of partners we work with. G-Star, Raw, so local Dutch brand. I live here in Netherlands, so that was really cool for me to work with them. So we did a drop last week when they launched 1,000 NFTs. These cute little rhinos. Basically, they didn't raise any money for themselves. Like they did around 250,000 in trading, but all this money went to charity, saving rhinos in Africa. And then, like, if you hold this NFT, you get special perks from G-Star, discount on the product, invitation to their events. So for them, it's more a community-led initiative and a new marketing channel or communication channel with their fans. And this is a really cool approach, and I prefer to work with this type of brands rather than people coming into space making a few $1 million with NFTs and then just living. And 80% is just like a lot of cash grabs, so we try to avoid working with those type of partners. And then more on Web3 projects. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the DJ and Ape Academy. So that's the biggest profile picture collection on Solana. And what we did, we built them the custom NFT marketplace. So they had a collection launch, I believe, around a year ago. So we have this idea. It was like, hey, why you go to Rarible or OpenSea or Magic Eden or any like Coinbase launched their marketplace last week. If you can have your own marketplace and your community can trade NFTs between each other without leaving your ecosystem. And there are a lot of benefits of it. Like you have your custom design, only verified collections. We can customize UX and UI for you, like having certain filtering system. Plus, there is also a business aspect to it. Like if you trade on Rarible or OpenSea, like we make money on the transaction fees. If people trade on your own marketplace, you make money from transaction fees. So that's basically the direction we're taking. We launched also 3 Ethereum marketplaces previously. We're launching V1 CryptoPunks marketplace beginning of May, and then we have a lineup of 10 different projects before summer to launch. So when people think about Rarible, they think about NFT marketplace. In reality, like there are 2 entities under Rarible. One is Rarible Inc., which basically develops the marketplace, and then there is the Rarible Protocol. Protocol is open source NFT API and DEX contract, which people can use to build dApps on top of it or integrate into their ecosystem. So, for example, our friends from Zerion, I believe we work with the guys, and when they display NFTs in their wallet, they're using our protocol to showcase the data, like how much your NFTs are worth. And then, are you guys familiar with the OnCyber? Yeah. So OnCyber digital galleries, they basically you have your NFTs, but like you can go to someone and show them on your phone as a weirdo. It's like, hey, like I have some cool NFTs. But then what the guys offer you, you can create a digital space, a 3D gallery, and you go there. It's a first-person view, and with your keyboard, you can move around and look. Like learn more about NFTs, and these also support VR, so you can put your headset and do a VR tour of the digital gallery. And what we're doing with them is basically we're allowing people to buy the NFT within the gallery. So if you're a curator, you have 100 different NFTs. I like this one specifically. I go there in my VR headset, I click, and I can buy immediately within the gallery without leaving it. So yeah, that's the way we work with OnCyber. And again, there's like dozens and dozens partners building on top of the protocol. So I think that's pretty much it for my side. Shilling Rarible to you. So that's my Twitter handle. If you want to slide into my DMs and ask questions, email if you guys have any partnerships, proposals, ideas, or you want to just grab a coffee in Amsterdam, hit me up. Thank you. Any questions? Do we want to talk about NFTs?
Hey, so I'm curious about these, these collection-specific marketplaces. Are these, yeah, if you go back to like the DJ and Apes, so are these, like you guys build these for them yourselves, or like do you kind of like have like some sort of like, like Squarespace where they can build it themselves?
Great question. So right now it's a white glove solution. So we're building everything from scratch. There is a design intake form. So you just upload like your assets, social links, copy, and our design team build everything. And then we just work with a partner to customize it. We do all the heavy lifting. So partners like just click a button and deploy on their domain. Long term, we will have a no-code tool for people like not to send me like dozens of messages every day. Like, hey, when is my marketplace? Yeah, so they will be able, like Shopify, so similar model. You'll be able to launch your own marketplace without talking to me, which will be great. Don't like talking to people.
And then I guess kind of a follow-up on this, is this integrated with the VR thing that you showed on the next slide? Or?
So two separate things. So VR is built on top of protocol. These custom marketplaces are built also on the protocol, but they are using Rarible marketplace as a base point, a starting point. But yeah, I mean, it's just a different use case. I mean, same question. Like if you are a fashion brand and you want to have a showroom where you sell NFTs in 3D environment, we'll probably use like what we built with OnCyber to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. No more questions about NFTs. I'm surprised.
I got some.
All right.
Okay. I have a question about Rarible. So I saw that you have a service on like minting the NFTs, and then I'm not entirely familiar yet. The term is lazy minting. Is this something similar to like building a dApp? So instead of building my own dApp, I can just have it mounted in Rarible.
So minting is when you create an NFT, you pay gas. If, for example, if it's on Ethereum, you need to pay a gas fee to make a transaction, and sometimes it can be like $30, $50. And what we found out that a lot of people like don't want to pay this money because they're not sure if they're gonna sell their NFTs, and sometimes they want to create 100 NFTs, and this cost can add up. We allow people so-called lazy minting, so they create the NFT, which is not an actual NFT, but if someone wants to buy it. They mint it. So you, as a creator, you transfer the minting cost or the gas fees to the buyer. And in this case, as an artist or a creator, you can experiment. So you can create a collection, like nothing sells, fine. You spend zero money. So that's a great tool for artists to find like what sticks or what gets traction within the community without spending shit tons of money on minting. So that was a big problem for them.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Go to Rarible tonight and mint some NFTs.
What's your favorite NFT?
I was lucky enough. I minted Moonbird last week. I don't know if you're familiar.
Good job. Good job.
Let's go. Yes, to the moon. Yeah. So that's a collection by Kevin Rose, the guy who created Dig, and he's like a famous in the tech community in the US. And they did a PFP collection. There was a lot of people on the allow list, so I was lucky to get a spot. So yeah, I'm diamond handing it, not selling. Maybe I should, because they're already at 10x.
Hi, so I was curious, like for these marketplaces that you build for partners, do the NFTs that get listed there are also like cross-posted or listed in Rarible as well? And because you did mention earlier, like if people buy from the marketplaces that's for the partners, they earn the transaction fees there. But then if it's on Rarible, then it's on Rarible. So I'm just wondering how that works.
Yeah, so great question, because that's like what everyone asks us when we start the conversation. We have a shared order book with Rarible, obviously, because it's our product, and OpenSea. What it means, like if you're a collection, you create your marketplace, there will be, in theory, no listings, like because no one knows about your marketplace and people need to go and list there. So what we do, we showcase all the listings from OpenSea and Rarible on your marketplace. So people can use it as a front end, like, oh, like this NFT, click on it and buy it from your marketplace, but transaction happens on OpenSea. In this case, you don't make money as a collection in transaction fees. So OpenSea does. But as a user, this is a great consumer experience because you don't need to go to OpenSea, Rarible, and custom marketplace to find the NFT you like. What we're gonna do, we're gonna highlight NFTs which are listed on your custom marketplace, saying like, hey, like if you buy this NFT, the transaction fees are cheaper than anywhere else, plus a percentage of this transaction fees goes back to the community. Because like the project, for example, with DJ and Ape Academy, 1% from the transaction fees, they're putting back to DAO, like DAAO, because they're playing with the word DJ and Ape Academy. So basically, like if you believe in this community, by trading on this marketplace, you get money stick with an ecosystem. And the cool thing on Solana specifically is like when you list on DJ and Ape Academy marketplace, it automatically get listed on Magic Eden, which is the biggest marketplace on Solana. And if someone buys it on Magic Eden, DJ and Ape Academy makes money on transaction fees. Magic Eden doesn't. Marketplace on Solana. And if someone buys it on Magic Eden, DJ and Ape Academy makes money on transaction fees. Magic Eden doesn't. Yeah, that's the way to go, I mean, for us.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
I also have a question. How does your platform deal with intellectual property theft? For example, like someone uploads art that's not theirs and the artist wants to like take it down. Do you have like a certain AI that tracks it, just like deviant art, or is it something that the artist has to like report? Yeah.
That's a good question. I'm not 100% sure how we do it. Like sometimes we receive requests from artists to take down certain collection, and they're buying, especially on the chains like Flow and Polygon, when it's very cheap to mint NFTs, you can see like dozens of collection of Bored Apes, like copycats, same Bored Apes. Like, So we're taking them down. I'm not sure like if we're doing it manually or there is an automatic way to do it, but this is a good question. I need to know more about it. Sorry.
Thanks.
But that's a big problem because, like, if you go to any marketplaces, especially on Flow, you see like Bored Apes, and you're like, I'm not sure if Bored Apes launched their collection on Flow. All right, maybe any tips about Amsterdam? What do you guys want to visit? No? Okay, but let me know.
So what's next in NFT?
Good question. A lot of speculation what's coming. The obvious answer is gaming. Like that's probably a very straightforward use case for NFTs. Like if you guys played video games, like you don't actually own the in-game items. Like if you played FIFA or Fortnite, like all those skins, they are owned by the company. So I spent like shit tons of money on Hearthstone. Like this is a card game. I was like, can I get my money back? And I was like, nah. I was like, can I sell my cards? Like, no. So this is like I think a really interesting use case for NFTs. A lot of speculation about music NFTs, or 2022 being the year of music NFTs. Like me personally, like not 100% buying it because like I still need to see how they're gonna implement it. Interesting one is with royalty shares. So if you're an artist, you can sell a portion of your royalties from Spotify and Apple Music as an NFT. So if I believe in you as an artist, I buy your NFT, and then forever from this song, I get some money from Apple and Spotify. So it's a way for fans to bet on artists early on. And we're working with a project. They're doing similar thing, but for sports. They have 11 players from Brazil, all playing for U18, which is the youth Brazilian national team. And you can buy their NFTs if you believe in is like this guy will become a next Neymar, and you get a portion of all his future revenues from sponsorship deals. So you pay $10K because you believe in this guy. He becomes Neymar, and he has a deal with Nike and Netflix and all these big brands, and you get a cut from all these deals. Legally, probably nightmare. I have no idea how they're gonna track it, how they're gonna deal with the authority, but a cool concept. So we'll see where it goes. Yeah, I think that's so gaming, music. That will be my my answer. I was trying to give you a smart answer, but like yeah.
And I see that big enterprises aiming or trying to get to NFT area. What do you think? Will it be successful or not?
Whom?
Big enterprises, conservative industries.
Conservative industries. I define conservative. Like who like banks or.
Yeah, like banks, like. Yeah.
I think like you can get into NFT if you have a brand and a fan base. Like if you're like Tiffany, if you're doing jewelry, like yeah, like why not? You can try and experiment, or LVMH. So they just one of our VCs left to LVMH to have their like metaverse and NFTs last week. So like, oh, good for you. I think if you have fans, you can do it. If you're like an oil company or a bank, I was like, what the fuck? Like, why would I buy an NFT from I don't know, British Petroleum, or like just like give me one good reason to do it. So I think yeah. But again, like even if you have a cool brand, like we did a project with McDonald's, and they did like a McRib NFT. I was like, who's buying it? Like, why? I was like, yeah, we want to try it. I was like, okay.
Thank you, thank you.
There was a question in the back.
Yeah, I mean, as these NFTs are more and more adopted by brands, as you said, what do you think is going to be the split between the consumer-facing marketplaces like Rarible versus every brand, especially brands like LVMH and Chanel might want to spin up their own NFT marketplaces or list NFTs kind of on the PFP pages or product pages, you know, LVMH bag, and then associate an NFT on the same page itself. So how do you think Rarible or projects like Rarible will play there, and do you expect that to happen for brands itself?
Yeah, like me personally, I believe. Thank you for the question. I believe in the vertical future of marketplaces because I mean, if you go to Rarible or OpenSea, just like there's a lot. Like you see like all types of projects, and sometimes you get lost. But if you're into gaming and you go into gaming specific NFT marketplace, that's a way better experience because also you can customize it to gaming needs or art, like what Artblocks is doing. So I believe in the future of vertical marketplaces. That's like the reason why we're building this product, because there is no reason for a collection to trade on Rarible or OpenSea if they can have their own marketplace. There is no reason, because it's really hard to curate it and to feature new collections, so people don't go there to explore. Like, hey, like I wonder, like, what's the next big PFP project? They go on Twitter, they go on Discord, and that's the places they find information. So yeah, I think as a brand, you can go to Amazon to sell your product, or you can go to Shopify and build your store. I think both options are valid. Like, you can do it, but I think DTC proved that like having your own store and having your own distribution is just better. If Amazon changes their like algorithm how they show product, your sales go to zero overnight. Or if they can ban, so there's also like a value proposition for these marketplaces. They cannot be banned. So like if because for example we receive sometimes a notification from SEC and like other organizations to take down certain collection from marketplaces. Example would be V1 CryptoPunks, if you guys are familiar. So there was like what Larva Labs did before CryptoPunks, and they kind of forgot about it and they minted new punks. They told them like, hey, OpenSea, Rarible, like you cannot like trade those punks because we own the IP and like we don't allow the trading. and like we needed to take them down. Then Yuga Labs bought the rights, and now you can trade them. But if they could have their own marketplace, that's like doesn't matter. Like there is no one to call like we call like MetaMask, like hey, or like Ethereum address, please take this collection down. So I think that's a big value proposition, especially if you are into like gray area, maybe like gambling or porn or something. So that's also like no one can ban you.
So the Rarible product you mentioned is basically the product to enable Shopify type B2B offerings to the brands itself?
Yes, yes. So we're building these marketplaces for brands already and also for gaming companies. So if you're a mobile game developer, you're launching a game with NFT integration, like it's very straightforward to have an in-game store to trade the NFTs, because all people who are into games, they're used to it. If you play Call of Duty, you buy skins in Call of Duty. You play FIFA, you buy skins in FIFA. Thank you. All right, I think we're good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Evgeny. So, we're going to a break, and we have a lunch in 15 minutes, and we will back to the second part at 15 past 3 o'clock. Okay, lunchtime break. Thank you.
right one off? What is the right one? There's two. Wait, it's on, I think. No.
One, two.
That's on. Okay. Here, let's move these all over. Yeah. Looks like we'll have two separate ones then, yeah? Okay, because it's two separate PDFs. Okay. Hey guys, how's everyone doing? I hope you you enjoyed the lunch. Good? Good. You know, this is one of the first opportunities that we've had to really address in person and kind of introduce what exactly is Neon, who are we, where do we come from, like both Neon Labs and the tech itself, right? And so we kind of wanted to take this opportunity in Amsterdam with many people who are obviously very involved in the Ethereum community to kind of get to know, you know, what does EVM on Solana look like, what does it mean, what might it imply, right? And where does it fit in? So I think I wanted to start with, like, first off, who are we? At the moment, we are 35 individuals and, you know, always hiring across the board, whether you're technical or non-technical. I'm looking for biz dev folks, marketing folks, and then there's always room for particularly Rust engineers to help out. But, you know, we're distributed all over the place. I'm in the US. Many of the team members are now in Armenia or Dubai or Spain, kind of all over. And, you know, the founders were essentially early investors in Solana who kind of had the context firsthand in kind of the early stages of the network in bringing Ethereum protocols over. Because essentially, in DeFi summer, as some of these protocols started to take off and they were achieving product market fit, they were also running into kind of the user experience issues that define a lot of, I think, this part of our industry where everyone is working on different ways that they can scale. And so the original idea was basically, you know, maybe we can just use Solana as a scaling solution for Ethereum and make it into some sort of a roll-up. You know, Ethereum compatibility became basically the main blocker for some of these teams, because if you're not familiar with Solana, it uses a different runtime, different programming language, and so even if you were to, you know, bring over your logic one-to-one from Solidity or Viper into Rust, you know, there are other kind of lower level intricacies to know specifically about Solana, and so those are kind of the things that we're trying to bridge with Neon EVM. And so in addition to our team, here are a handful of our backers. We raised only one round ever so far. Back in November, this closed. You coming? No. Okay. It was led by Jump Capital with participation from Solana Ventures, Three Arrows, Rockaway Blockchain Fund, some other investment funds, and then also we had many, many angels. And essentially the idea with our round was, you know, we want to have a lead who can be a true partner with us. We want to include some funds with, you know, deeper roots into, you know, Ethereum community, you know, not necessarily only the Solana community. And then we actually have a lot of angels. I think it's probably, you know, 50 or 60 angels. And these are people who are builders and founders of protocols that have achieved a lot of success on Ethereum, whether they're applications or kind of infrastructure level things that I'll cover in a bit. To kind of align everyone's incentives and work on, you know, what might multi-chain look like together. So, you know, I think these blockchain development teams kind of take different approaches to, you know, how do you build an ecosystem, right? I think there are some that are very hands-off and some that are very hands-on, and kind of different strategies. From our perspective, we really have three main goals, right? Obviously, we initialized the development of Neon EVM. Neon is a fully open source project, where we can solicit contributors, and obviously being kind of an open source blockchain network, there is kind of a need to maintain compatibility, right? So if you're an Ethereum developer looking to use Neon on Solana, there really shouldn't be anything different from a developer perspective. We should optimize the performance of that EVM so that it continues to be a real scaling solution for you. And then I think most importantly, perhaps, is integrating those EVM-based applications with the rest of the Solana ecosystem so that it is a true Solana deployment. You're just using kind of a different a code base, and these applications can interact with each other. There can be kind of new use cases that arise from that. Ethereum applications coming over can kind of benefit from the things that are happening natively on Solana, some of which I'll talk about in a little bit here. And likewise, the Solana applications can provide some value to the Ethereum ones, namely in terms of users and TVL and trading activity and all the other sorts of use cases here. And so finally, the last role for us that we're focused on is just expanding this ecosystem and supporting contributors. And so there's a couple of different ways that we kind of bucket these, categories of support. I think financial assistance is pretty straightforward, right? This would be in the form of developer grants. We'll be doing hackathons. In certain cases, we might, buy some of the token directly. But I think just as importantly is the non-financial support, meaning if you are a developer and you're running into a sort of unique issue, like having open doors and making sure that people feel comfortable reaching out to us on Discord or Telegram or even DMing us on Twitter with questions that we can help debug. There are actually several cases now where we're doing product testing, like either for there's a multi-chain wallet called Conaswap with a team out of India that we've been beta testing for some time. And more than just beta testing, we're always happy to provide feedback on the product or service itself. Before and after deployment, we're interested in getting your name out there. Basically, if you're a developer and you're kind of building something that we think is additive to the ecosystem, obviously using or following on Twitter or other kind of media channels, maybe even sort of events like this in the future to kind of magnify you. I mentioned grants, connecting you to other application developers in the ecosystem. This is really kind of where this could be a kind of two things. This would be for composability use cases, right? So maybe you need to talk with Moraswap, who is kind of the main AMM that is building on Neon at the moment in order to build some other financial product, or this could also be connections with the native oracles that are on Neon, or future indexers or anything like that. If you need something that you want to be sort of expressed richly in our block explorer, which is called Neon Scan, then we can always connect you with a team that's building that as well. So that's a pretty important thing for us. There were a handful of investor logos on the first page. We're always happy to make introductions to investors that we've worked with that have kind of proven that they have added value and haven't just been sort of takers, but actually offer help, whether that's on tokenomics or connections to other protocols. And there's much more. This was really kind of everything that came to mind when I was building this, but there's really a lot more that we've already been doing. And so we basically want to basically provide a framework for understanding where developers and even non-technical folks can kind of insert themselves into the ecosystem and start to contribute. And this is actually a little bit of a sneak preview. Some of this is going to go on our website when we're finished with the grants, the formal grants page. We've already been writing a handful of grants, but we want to have a formal process. But essentially we break it down as follows, right? Like obviously decentralized applications, if you're building something interesting, no matter really the vertical, we're always interested in funding those sorts of ideas. User and developer tools, so these are kind of ancillary products and services around just applications that are needed to have a good user and developer experience, right? So this would be like multi-chain wallets, other interesting approaches to block explorers. On the more developer-focused side of things, that would be like Oracle's indexing solutions. What else? Bridges are interesting, and then pretty much anything that can improve the ecosystem. On the infrastructure side of things, and I think Konstantin might talk a little bit more about this when he speaks, but basically there is a role for professional infrastructure providers to run what's called a Neon proxy, which is very similar to RPC infrastructure. So we're interested in not only doing grants for those people to kind of bridge them to profitability, especially in the early stages, but if they can offer any improvements to the proxy model or like the proxy as a product, whether that's like a dashboard or something else, that's always interesting. Then, as I mentioned, Neon has been open source since day one. Core contributions are welcome there. And then the last two would be really for the non-technical folks. So like, maybe you run a YouTube channel or you organize hackathons or, you can get creative. But anything that makes it easier and more accessible for people to understand how can they get started on Neon and like what are kind of the opportunities for them and magnifying it for their audiences, we're really interested in providing any information, any funding that's necessary for those kind of that kind of content. Hey guys. And then, lastly for now, events. So I think as mentioned earlier with, the 1-inch presentation, Neon is going to be doing several hackathons in the future, both online and offline. And so whether you're an organizer or a marketing person or really anything like that, we're interested in partnering up on kind of like making sure that we can make those events smooth for all the developers. So I just wanted to take the last little bit of time to talk about why Neon, which is an interesting question, but so often we talk with developers about like, okay, why would you have EVM on this non-EVM chain, right? And I think I think a large part of it is one, you need to have conviction in the underlying chain, right? So it's like heavily driven by the layer one. But I think you also need to have an understanding and a sort of conviction that the EVM is stickier than Ethereum itself. And I think we've seen this. And so like this is an old chart here on the right from Masari. Basically, I don't know if you can see with the contrast right now, but what they're basically showing here is as of October of last year, what was the breakdown in TVL across the top 10 smart contract chains. And if you go through Ethereum, Binance, Polygon, Avalanche, Phantom, 7 out of 10 of those are EVM. And Solana, Terra, and one other is not. And so it's very rare that you see a non-EVM chain take off in the way that you have with like Solana or Near or some of these others, just because of the network effects of like the development community. And so in spite of that, what gives us a lot of conviction about Solana is obviously like, the performance metrics that these are real-time metrics. These are not benchmarks. It's roughly 1,000 TPS of, adjusting for voting transactions on mainnet today. But also, I think maybe more importantly is they've grown a true ecosystem of people who are what they called eating glass, building in Rust on Solana, and now more and more kind of traveling around with each other to these various hacker houses and building cool products together. So our idea is to bring in an existing community of developers from kind of Ethereum and the EVM diaspora, and bring them into Solana to start building with each other and kind of bridge these two communities and see where that takes us. So that covers it for me. I know Konstantin wanted to kind of go over exactly kind of some more details about Neon, but yeah, maybe I can hand it off to you, or are there any? Yeah, you want to go ahead? Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, James. So let's see actually how the Neon EVM looks like. So actually I can continue your slides. More than year, actually I started the day from the statement that at the end of 2020, it was the idea to join two worlds, Solana and Ethereum. And just a second, no, the demo will be later. My presentation, please. Yeah, I have a demo. We are going to deploy a smart contract and see how we can do it easily on Neon EVM using your the Solidity contract you're familiar with. Just a second, we're going to, So, this is actually how Neon EVM was born. And today we're going to review the platform itself. We're going to talk about the architecture, how it looks like, what is inside, what type of services inside, how we actually implemented the EVM. When we're talking about EVM, it's not the classic Ethereum virtual machine. This is a smart contract that was written on the Rust and can be natively run on the Solana machine and to use the power and speed of the Solana. We will look about. We'll talk about the Neon proxy, and that James already mentioned. And this is one of the big ideas, how to combine these two worlds, Ethereum and Solana. And actually, we're going to deploy a smart contract and see how it works by ourselves. So let's jump. So when you use Ethereum, you have a dApp. You want to do some asset transfers, whatever it is. It will be generated the transaction using different information, the signature, nonce, and address, and it will be sent to Ethereum virtual machine, and the magic will be happened. So our idea was to provide the same user experience. You are going to use Ethereum dApp, but instead of ETH, you are going to use a Neon. But from the developer experience, it will be the same also. You are going to deploy your smart contract on the Neon, and instead of Ethereum virtual machine, it will be run on the Solana, and I will show how it works. So to make this magic happen, we need something that will combine these two worlds, as I mentioned, because Ethereum standards or Ethereum itself doesn't know nothing about Solana, and Solana doesn't know nothing about Ethereum itself. Two different standards. And this is where Neon Proxy come in and actually help us to get all the transactions that created by the dApp using Ethereum toolkit, and will be sent to the proxy. The proxy itself will accept this information, will convert it to the Solana standard, will kind of pack it to a number of transactions. I will explain why in a couple of slides, and it will be sent to Solana and will be executed by Solana. When I say executed by Solana, what it means? The EVM we developed, this is a smart contract or programmer. This is the equivalent of smart contract on Solana that was written on the language Rust, the language that runtime of Solana understands. And when we send the request to execute smart contract on Solidity to Solana, the smart contract, the programmer, will understand what the Solidity smart contract is stored already on the Solana, will load this bytecode and execute step by step the Solidity smart contract. It means the Solana, when it will execute the smart contract, the bytecodes, the Solana itself even doesn't know that this is the bytecode that belongs to the Solidity smart contract. And this is the magic. So in other words, we provide the possibility to use Neon for any Ethereum dApp, and as the result, to use the power of Solana. And as the result, since the Solana do provide the possibility to run transactions in parallel, and as the result, a high throughput and low gas fees, and all your dApps that you will deploy on the Solana on the Neon will enjoy from the gas fee and high speed. Neon proxy. What is the idea behind? When your dApp will send information to Neon proxy will accept this information, and since the Ethereum transactions limited by amount of gas, and in contrast, the Solana transaction limited by the resources. The size of Solana transaction is 1,500 bytes, and it means that we need somehow to take the Ethereum transaction, to unpack, to take the source information, and to create Solana transaction and to send it to Neon EVM, to the Solana smart contract. In addition to proxy and smart contract on Solana, we have Neon EVM operator. James mentioned before that the proxy itself, this is the server, and to manage the server, you will need different resources to do it. So we created the incentive that each and everyone can be or become to be an operator. And to accept transaction from the dApps, the transaction will be paid in Neons, and the fee will, and the operator will take 50% of the fees to itself, and 50% will go to the governance. Talking about governance, the role of the governance here is to configure Solana EVM infrastructure and to vote for the changes that will come later for the new features. Another question you can ask: okay, I have my dApp and I have already my ERC20 token. So how can I deploy my dApp on Neon EVM and use my ERC token I already have? So first of all, you can use in the bridge. It could be wormhole, it could be Solid, and you can transfer ERC20 token into Solana. And the bridge will lock your tokens from one side and will create the equivalent SPL token on Solana. And after this, you can use our application we created, Neon Pass, to move your token from Solana to the Neon and to use it as part of our platform. Usually our community asks the question, okay, Neon, why could we use in some SDK, or you can provide us SDK, and we can use and send transaction directly from our dApp to Solana? And the answer is yes. Actually, we can provide this SDK, but since the answer is split on two, first of all, yes, it's not so complicated to create and to convert Ethereum transaction into Solana transaction. The most complex part is to split the Ethereum transactions, that is, in most of the cases, will be much bigger than Solana transaction standard, and to send, first of all, to create required number of Solana transactions, and to send it to Solana Neon EVM. And this is actually where is the most complex things we did regarding Neon Proxy EVM. So Neon Proxy has EVM by itself. It's written the same as in Solana Neon EVM in Rust. Your dApp sent Ethereum transaction-like to Neon Proxy. Neon Proxy accepts this transaction. It takes addresses and go to Solana storage. All the information we use kept on the Solana storage. It loads all the required information, including Solidity smart contract, all the bytecodes, into Proxy, and do a test run. The role of this test run of this EVM smart contract is to understand, first of all, the amount of gas that will be required to implement this transaction on Solana. This is one. And another one, to understand how to split Ethereum transaction into number of Solana transactions and to send one after the another to Solana node. So it means if, for example, the Ethereum transaction much bigger than Solana can accept, we will split the Ethereum transaction on a number of Solana transactions and will send in an iterative way one after the another to Solana. And it will be sent one by one until the executing of the smart contract will be finalized. So proxy accept from the dApp Ethereum transaction, create, split it on the number of required Solana transaction, send first chunk to Solana. Solana understands that this is the Neon transaction. It loads our EVM smart contract, take from the storage required Solidity bytecode, and in addition, we send the number of commands or number of instructions required by the Solana runtime to execute the specific amount of code. So we send this chunk to Solana. It implements based on the number of instructions the specific type of code, save the result into Solana storage. It save the instruction it ended the execution of this piece of code and continue. Actually, send the result back, and then proxy send another Solana transaction. It will be one by one until we will get the final result. And we'll send the confirmation to the dApp. As I mentioned before, Solana does this possibility to run, to execute transactions in parallel. And it means that our transaction, when the dApp will send transaction to the proxy will send a Neon transaction inside the Solana transaction into Solana node. The runtime will implement the Neon transaction as part of the Solana transaction with the other transaction at the same time in parallel. And this is very crucial, and this is why we store the Solidity smart contract separately from the balances, from the storage that belongs to this specific account. And we need this functionality since the Ethereum smart contract can be executed in parallel if, for example, one smart contract doesn't depend on or does not have any dependency on in another smart contract. And this is the reason why when the proxy, first of all, when it accept the transaction from the dApp, it sends the request to the Solana storage to take all the information, all the accounts needed to be executed in the future. And the proxy will understand what type of accounts will be locked and what type of accounts will be acceptable for the IO, read and write. Okay, and to work, of course, again, as I mentioned before, you can use Bridge to transfer your ERC20 to convert it to NSPL, and our smart contract, our EVM, can understand that your ERC as part of this Solidity smart contract using the wrapper we created. Last but not least, as I mentioned before, we have a number of actors. We have, first of all, Neon EVM operator, the operator and the road operator to accept all the transactions from the dApps, from the users, to take a fee for the executing this Ethereum transaction. And the interesting thing, the users will pay in Neons, but the operator itself will pay to Solana validator in Sols. And as I mentioned before, 50% of the fee will go to the Neon EVM, the Neon proxy operator, and 50% will go to Neon EVM governance, and it will help to the community and to the ecosystem to grow. And to summarize, again, as I mentioned before, to write Solidity is pretty easy, and especially if you have already any dApp. But to go and write something on Rust is pretty complicated. From other hand, the Solana ecosystem is very attractive and very popular. And the fast track to get into this world is to use a Neon EVM. You just deploy your smart contract, and actually you are open to Solana, to big Solana ecosystem. So the next part, I would like to present how to work and deploy actually with, to work with Neon and deploy Solidity smart contract and see how it works. Just a second, just a second. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I have one question. It's probably a little bit technical. So you mentioned that one Ethereum transactions potentially can be break down into multiple Solana transactions. Number one. Number two is this transaction can be parallelized. Potentially, this Solana transaction can be parallelized because of Solana design.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is related to the deterministic of each Ethereum transaction if you break that down. I'll give you one example. Let's see with like AMM, right? So when you insert LP positions with AMM, that's Uniswap. Uniswap is based on the spot price. You calculate what the ratio looks like. If you break that down into multiple block, or I don't know what's going to block, multiple transactions, you execute half of them, in the middle you do another swap, your spot price change, then your LP position insertion will fail because your spot price changed, the ratio are changed, 50 down 50%. So how do you guarantee this deterministic thing? Because in Ethereum it's easy forward. Either you swap first, then you in the same block, but then you do the LP later, or vice versa, but it's all deterministic.
Mm-hmm.
And the EVM could figure that out, but if you break that down into multiple transactions, will that cause problem?
Yeah, if I understand it correctly, the Neon transaction will be completed only implementing all the chunks. Okay? You do the transfer, for example, you do some Ethereum transaction, it will be splitted, and in iterative way, it will be executed and completed. Only after the completion, it will go to a block of the Solana, and you will get the result.
Okay, so my understanding correct is if you break down one Ethereum transaction into multiple Solana transactions, all the Solana transaction will be mined within one block, Solana block.
Just a sec to add to this. So basically, we have to wait until the Ethereum-like transaction is completed. So for us, like we're dealing with the Ethereum dApps, so we need to send the receipt back to the Ethereum application that the transaction is done. So, and in order to get this receipt, all the chunks have to be done and then executed, Solana transactions basically. Then, once the Ethereum-like transaction is completed, we have the proxy issues the receipt, the EVM, and then the proxy issues the receipt that the Ethereum application gets back. So basically, it's like the Ethereum application doesn't get anything until the whole completion.
Yeah, but that's okay. But what I'm worried if one transaction breaks down into multiple Solana transactions, and those Solana transactions not being mined within the same Solana block.
Yeah, but Ethereum application, like
the state may change.
Yeah.
Okay, you also
the state will not be changed like unless the Neon transaction is done, like the Ethereum like transaction is done. So Solana transaction, it's like Solana. You have multiple Solana transactions, but like the Ethereum application knows nothing about these Solana transactions. Like this, the Ethereum application is not affected by the completion of these Solana transactions. So the Ethereum application waits until the Ethereum-like transaction is done. And so, we have to do these multiple Solana transactions. Once they're done, so nothing will happen like in terms of the changes that might affect the Ethereum state, so to say. You are dealing with these Solana chunks. So like the bigger, we can discuss it later.
Yeah,
the technical guys can show you what changes when, but then the Ethereum state will be affected only when the whole Ethereum-like transaction is done. So not in between. Like we're not dealing with lots of Ethereum state changes in between.
Yeah, that's okay. Basically, I just want to guarantee the example I gave to you in the Uniswap, right? Blockchain, right? You have a trading side, you have the LP side, which all affect the database or the state, right? If you put those, because Ethereum is deterministic, you're never going to interact with each other. If you break that down, you can parallelize that. The state information may change in the middle.
Yeah, but then like Uniswap is dealing with the Ethereum-like transactions only.
Yeah.
So it's like it doesn't know a lot about Solana transactions. So it's not like it's not affected by any way by Solana state. So it's like it will be waiting until the whole transaction is proceeded and the receipt
So basically,
is back.
the example is that if you have a swap first, the LP later,
Yeah.
you always finish the swap before you can execute.
Yeah, but then it's like two Ethereum-like transactions. So it's like, yes, definitely it will be done one by one in this case.
Okay, I just want that guarantee, but otherwise that's...
So actually, this is the slide we should, that describes your question. Here we have number of Solana transactions, but it means Solana transaction is not completed. It will be completed only after the receipt. It will go to Solana storage into a block. Till this period of time, it will be saved, stored in the Solana storage. Okay, we use to make it happen. And this is another thing. Actually, this is the slide. Okay, let's get deep to this. Just a second. Yeah. As I mentioned before, the proxy, when it accepts Ethereum transaction, okay, it takes all the addresses, and we have specific functionalities that knows how to transform Ethereum address into address inside the storage on Solana, and it will bring all the list of the accounts. When we need the list of all the accounts, we know what account will be blocked for the read, and what account will be open for the read and blocked for the write. And this is actually answer to a question. This is how we know that it will be run in parallel, but still will keep the integrity of the data. Okay. And to finalize, this is another thing. As I mentioned before, on the Solana storage, the bytecode, the solidity itself, are stored separately from the storage itself. And this makes it possible to run the bytecode in parallel and be decoupled from the storage and to store the data only when it will be finalized. So, demo. Okay, so let's do a deployment of the Solidity smart contract. First of all, we have to create a Neon account. I already configured my network in MetaMask to work with our DevNet infrastructure. Okay, we have Neon DevNet. We have the address to the DevNet. Our MetaMask pointed to our Neon EVM DevNet. Now let's create new account. Okay. We're going to use on this account to deploy a smart contract and sign it by our private key. Let's connect our neon swap. Just a second. Okay, connected. Let's transfer 100 neons. The neon will be used for deployment of the Solidity smart contract. Okay, we transferred 100 neons. We're going to extract the private key to sign our smart contract. I'm going to use in hard hat environment to work with Solidity. Just a sec. Okay. You can see the environment required to deploy our smart contract. Let's configure our environment to be ready for deployment. Okay, here we can see again the configuration. That the hard hat will know where to deploy our smart contract. What we need is to update the private key of our account we created on Neon using MetaMask and to sign our smart contract. Just a sec. Now, let's take a look at standard ERC20 Solidity smart contract to create ERC20 standard token. In our case, we're going to create Neon ERC20 token. We're going to use in the function transfer, and we're going to use in the function mint to mint some Neon tokens. ERC20 standard wrapped. Okay, let's compile. And before we're going to deploy it, let's take a look to the comment we're going to send to our smart contract. First of all, we're going to mint 1,000 tokens. And the token itself, as I mentioned before, will be called Neon ERC20 token. And this is it. Let's run and deploy the smart contract and mint our Neon tokens. Okay, we're deploying. This is the address of the contract and our public address in our MetaMask. Let's take this data. So let's import the tokens from the smart contract. Import tokens. Now we have 1,000 Neon ERC20 tokens we just minted. And what we can do, we can actually send and transfer these Neon tokens to other Neon account that I created before. I have account Amsterdam demo AC2. Dismissed. Okay, this is the account. Just a second. Yeah, AC2. Let's take. This is the account. Let's send from one account to other account number of tokens. Let's say 300. Confirm. We see that the transfer, the deployment of the smart contract cost us a number of neons and the transaction itself also. Let's go to account number 1, number 2. And here it is. We have Neon tokens on the second Neon account. So to summarize, if you want to deploy your smart contract, Ethereum one, on the Neon, it's simple. You can use all the functionalities you're familiar with the Solidity from the Ethereum world. But the main difference is that all the transactions that you will that your DApp will generate will run on Solana and will use the power of Solana. And as the result, the low fee and very high performance. This is it about the technical part of Neon EVM, and I'm open for the questions.
Yeah, I have two questions. So one is, so how would it look from the user perspective? Is it just like standard sort of Ethereum wallets that would be used? And the second question is like, what kind of applications do you think would benefit the most, at least initially, from this, combination of EVM and Solana kind of advantages?
First of all, it will be one. So, from the user perspective, it will be the same. It will be the same as you just seen. It will the same MetaMask, but it will be just pointed to Neon EVM network. When it will be useful, I think in all the cases, I think in two cases. First of all, the low fee. Okay, really low fee because Solana is fast and cheap. From other hand, from the roadmap, we have the next step will be to do interoperability between the Ethereum world and the Solana smart contracts, the native. So you will be able to join your dApp into ecosystem of Solana and to join the whole big, fast-growing market. I think this is the main message. So it means any dApp that want to take the new market will enjoy our platform.
So yeah, one thing I wanted to add on to that is, you know, from a user perspective, like using MetaMask with like Ethereum-based applications is like obviously the standard. As like has kind of been like hinted at, you know, throughout this is basically, you know, integrating as tightly with Solana as possible means that like it's not really, you know, you need more than just the ability to like compose with these applications on the back end. Like those interactions need to be expressed in a front end, like a wallet or like a Zapper or a Zarian kind of thing. So you know, even though people are using MetaMask at the moment, what we're really focused on are wallets that support both Solana and EVM chains. And we're working with, there's a team out of India called Conaswap. There's also Slope is on both Solana and now is supporting EVMs. And basically what we have is called the Neon Pass SDK, which is something that they are able to integrate into their applications that enables them to go from SPL to ERC20s inside of Neon directly. So if they want to build in like an in-app swap between the two, or you know, eventually there will be other interactions, then you can just connect one wallet essentially. And that's kind of where we want to take the user experience.
So, thank you so much, guys. And ask me any question after the session. Thank you. We have a panel discussion and right after. Edgar? And hot? Oh, jumping after the session and the demo to the panel discussion. So we started the day about the Web3 and how to be successful in the Web3. We've discussed trends, we discussed different approaches, how to go and create product on the hackathon, for example, how to be successful in NFT area, etc. And today we have Vitaly Spassky and Ohad Bachner. Shalom, Ohad.
Shalom.
We're going to discuss how to find funds, how to be, you know, for example, you have very cool solution and you have very cool and talented group of people you met in Hackathon, as we've seen this morning, like 1inch. But the next step is to find the right people who can actually to see this gold behind the knowledge. My question to you guys. How you discover, how you see that the team worth something. This is the real goal behind.
Yeah, so I'll start. First of all, I'll say that we see with the founders, I think, at least in CMT Capital, see what they're working on and what's special about it. What solution they are solving in the Web3 ecosystem. And from there, keeping the discussion about all the other stuff up there. If it's the technical stuff, go-to-market plan, etc.
Firstly, hi everyone. Obviously, ZMT Capital is a well-known brand. Just a couple of words about Polymorphic. We're 1 year old. We're a $50 million fund focused on seed to Series A. It's our second fund, the first one being a proprietary one. This one is a fully institutional fund. So that's just by way of introduction. I would say that for instance, as we began our journey in 2017, 2018, it was actually quite easy to know the entire space and know all the participants. Today, the biggest challenge is the fact that we, as managers of institutional money, we cannot follow everything that's happening. Lots of verticals, lots of projects, lots of teams, and so forth. So I would concur with my colleague that first and foremost, it's the team and how it actually distinguishes itself in the pitch and in any other way. The inflow of data, the inflow of projects coming into and the funnel is so huge that you kind of have to stick your hand out and make yourself differentiated in some shape or form, whatever that is. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the product. From that perspective, for me, it's always important to put it in perspective. On the one hand, yes, it's about the problem that you're solving. On the other hand, how do you stack up against other solutions in the market? So in a very short pitch, what I'd like to hear is how does your solution not only solve the problems that are being addressed, because in parallel, there are probably 10 other projects that are building solutions of a similar kind, but how do you distinguish yourselves in that sea of competition? So that would be.
And in this sea of competition, what type of, let's say, products are you looking for these days?
I mean, at ZMT Capital, we're looking at 4 principles, I would say. That it's very general for crypto projects and investors to look to, but I'll say scalability, privacy, multi-chain, so if it's mean bridges, etc. And lately, I think in the last 2 years, going to DAO tools. So not only to build a DAO, what is the actually tools that can help a DAO to grow and be more decentralized and bring more community members. So I think this is what we are looking today. But eventually we open to any new idea up there.
I think our approach is very similar. However, we are not experts in things that are very specific to, for instance, gaming. We would not invest into a game. We just couldn't. We don't have that capacity to assess. We would not invest into an NFT collection. At the same time, what we like is exposure to NFTs through enabling technologies. Similar with gaming. So I would say that in our case, we're like from a startup perspective, not from a perspective of a well-developed project, but from a early stage startup perspective, we are looking for what my partner likes to call the missing puzzles in this entire landscape of blockchain. So that's our thesis.
Interesting. So many things happening in the Web3, I think, for the last 2 years. And my question is how the market is changing and how to be relevant is so in a fast and current world, being Web3.
Well, I think you mean from the perspective of a startup or a founder.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the founders that are pursuing this space, their minds are just so nimble and so flexible enough that they are adjusting themselves. And unless you're capable of, waking up the next morning and understanding that things have changed overnight, I think you're actually behind the curve. Honestly speaking, I cannot opine on the qualities or skills that are required, but I think that anyone that ends up in Web 3.0 is already ahead of the curve of the entire of the entire economy, developing economy. So again, it's just being focused on what you do best, probably, and pursuing things that you love to do.
I agree with you, I have to say. I think the key word here is flexibility. So it's important what you're building, but in the same time, look around you, come to places like this, see what other people do, how you can collaborate with them, and then work together to build even something better than this, something bigger than this. And if you are open-minded and willing to listen to other people and hear and see what's going on around you, I think you can fit to this economy that's calling itself Web3. I think so. Flexibility is the key word there.
So Web3 is the hottest, I would say, trend in the market, and you have so many different solutions around. And you see in the news still so big numbers behind the evaluation or evaluation itself. So how it works? How do you evaluate the project?
From what perspective?
As an
Numbers?
investor, yeah.
Yes, it's very challenging. When we began our journey, I personally come from a very traditional banking background. I used to build models. So I think there's one question there on the biggest failure and missed opportunity, which I like to speak about. We were actually very close in the early days to the team of 1inch when there was no 1inch, as an example. So the guys were in their other capacities pre-1inch. So we were not only advising them, not on an extensive basis, but speaking regularly, but also trying to figure out how they are going to institutionalize themselves. And we passed on the opportunity because from our perspective, there was no financial model. There was no understanding of how the numbers come together. And there were more aggressive players that took the opportunity, gave them a higher valuation, proceeded with the investment, and obviously everyone knows that it would have been one of the most successful investments ever made by anyone. So for us, it was a long journey. We were looking for traditional models which are very difficult to come by in this space. As a result, as I said, maybe 25% of our projects do have some sort of a quantitative way to come up with a number, valuation number, which makes sense. But at the same time, what you have to realize and what distinguishes a Web 3.0 project from any other project in the world is the fact that if it works, it's like cancer. It basically overtakes the entire world. And whether you invest at 10 million, 20 million, or 30 million, that doesn't make that much of a difference as long as you are identifying the right team, the right opportunity, and the product that they're producing has that market pull that you were looking for. So in our case, I would say 75% of the projects that we do, we invest into these projects at a very early stage, and we try to stay, I would say, sub $25 million in value. It's very rare that we would go over $25 million for an early stage project, unless there are, points that validate this story, or the story has already proven itself over time. So to basically wrap up, 25% of what we do can be quantified and can be put down on paper in terms of, perspective modeling and looking ahead. And the rest, it's all the team, the product, how that product fits into the entire ecosystem, the perspective market, and we try, as I said, we try to stay very as low as we can in terms of the value.
So it's a really a hard one, I have to say. It really depends. We try to look sometimes at the competitors and see actually project that sometimes fails and how much the valuation was there. And then try to start to value the project. But I have to say, for us, it's really important to have an open talk and conversation, honest conversation with the project, to tell them what we think about it, and to see if they can listen to us, and accept this, to understand where the money is going. So they're raising for what? So as example, for Neon, it's building a new ecosystem here. And this requires a lot of funds. No other way to explain if it's coming from doing hackathons, bringing developers, bringing the apps that are going to be on Neon. And this is example for project that we can understand the high valuation that they are giving right now. And in the same time, you have projects, especially right now, they're looking for really high valuation, thinking they're bringing something new to the space, but the numbers are getting, I think, too high. So I think that when it's going to fundamental projects, it's really hard to value the project. When it's coming to something that we more know or similar with in the past, we can evaluate it better.
First of all, thank you. Very, very interesting. We are in a kind of the track for the beginners. And the teams come to you and do some pitch. What are top mistakes for the team? Your tips and tricks from your side.
I'll say, for me, the top mistake will be to come and explain about you, about the project, and after 5 minutes, jump to the tokenomics. I don't care about the tokenomics right now. In our stage, if you start to talk about the tokenomics, it's mean that you want to do like a quick turn here and just earn some money. And sometimes it can be easy on Web3. But I think we have this situation. This stuff can be really nice to you because when they're releasing, you can do sometimes 100x for what you invest. But what stays with you is the reputation. And the reputation take with you to other projects that we believe they are better and for the long term gonna be better and giving us high yields. And they will not want to talk with us if they're going to see that the project that we invested in. So I think don't talk about tokenomics in the start, and try to more express yourself and who you are. Don't try to fake yourself, because I think investing, it's a long-term relationship, I'll say it like this, and you cannot not be who you are for a long time. So this as well.
I think it's a difficult question in the sense that there are many things that can go wrong. But first and foremost, it's the impression that the individual presenting or the founder makes and what he says. And we just absolutely have to be convinced that he or she is in 100%. So that can be expressed in many different ways. For instance, if you have had a successful career, but are not co-investing or not investing funds that you may have realized in your prior businesses, for me, it's very bizarre and strange. That's just an example. Another point which I personally find very important, and you already mentioned it, is the use of funds. It's quite often the case that, and particularly in this space, that teams are racing after ridiculously large or disproportionate amounts of capital to preserve themselves for some phantom crypto winter. While I very much concur with that need, to me, it's very important to stage your funding and know what the funds are going to be used for. And the more precise you are, the more confidence I, as a manager with my fiduciary duty towards the funds that I manage, the more comfort that I get. So I would say you need to be prepared and project the impression of being fully committed, including your own buck to the extent possible. And it doesn't have to be a large buck. It could be just $1 of your own capital, but it makes all the difference in the world, in my personal opinion.
Can I just add something small? I think someone told me this once. When you're speaking with like a fund, you have only one bullet in your gun. So use it smartly. Like, feel ready when you are coming to talk with them, because maybe probably you don't gonna have another chance.
You mentioned that don't talk with me about don't start with me from tokenomics, okay? And question to you: you're from the banking, and some people are pretty shy, quiet, but very technical. How do you recognize that this is some deep tech behind?
I've got my technical partner right there. He's the sub 30 kid that has all the education. I guess I've been around the block to identify interesting ideas and speak the same language, but when it comes to the actual audit and speaking, more technically, I've got a partner who handles it. So.
In your heart?
So I believe I have a little bit like a technical background, but my partner as well is more the technical guy between us. So we like to dive into the code and see what they build there. I mean, even if it's not like a deep dive into, just to see that they have something there.
Well, I guess one more point which I think is very important. since the beginning of our investment journey, we've done about 30 investments among the two funds. So today, we actually sport relationships in various sub-verticals with teams and founders that very much appreciate what we have done for them. So it's oftentimes that we get the additional technical expertise from the actual people we work with or have worked with. So we actually employ that expertise as well.
Vitaly, you already answered about missing an opportunity about 1inch.
Yes.
But what is your 1inch in your portfolio?
By the way, another funny story about 1inch, which everyone has to hear about. Every time they meet us somewhere, they say, you were the only guys who asked for a model. So.
I mean, I'm personally in life trying not to get regret on something at least I know didn't kill anyone yet. So, but I think 4 years ago, 4 years or 3 years ago, even before I started work at ZMT, I talked with Ilya, I think, the co-founder of NIR, and I missed it. And that's why I'm not on my private jet right now and sitting with you here, so.
About maybe what's next to get your jet actually. What is the future? What is the trend? What is the future of Web3? What to expect? What you're looking for?
So me and my colleague just landed today and we had this call when we drink coffee. So what next? It's a big question. I believe in the next years we're gonna see Web 2 as we know more working together with Web 3. I think Web 3 today it's not friendly enough to people that don't come in from or not have the approach for technologically background, and until it's not gonna change, Web 3 will not take all the space. So I think it's gonna be together. Yeah, I believe I'm gonna see. If you ask me about like a trend as example, I think DAO already is a hot trend, but it's gonna be bigger in the next months. With developing new tools that gonna bring a new player to the ground. So yeah, definitely. And last thing that I see, it's gonna be I think something similar to dividends from dividends model for DeFi tokens. So as example, or you can call it revenue token, just share with us what you get from your protocol. It's really hard from the legal side, but I think it's gonna be a huge break in the crypto space.
I fully concur. I think this bridge Web 2.0 to Web 3.0 and the coexistence of the two, and actually multiplying what has already been accomplished in Web 2.0 through Web 3.0, I think that's that's a very obvious transition, I would say, in the sense that there are already existing markets, working models, and so forth, and what you're doing is basically augmenting what has already been accomplished before. I think DID, not that we've done much in the space, I think DID is going to see much development in the future and very much needed for this space to flourish. Very much agree on the DAO subvertical in the sense that any service that is required by a DAO. All these services are being considered developed now. Not that everything is working flawlessly, but that's the opportunity. So yeah, these are roughly the themes.
Thank you so much. Do you have any question to our speakers to get tips how to get funds to your project? something else?
And what about the other side? How to correct, how startup should choose the funds as a partner?
Sorry, can you repeat it?
Question from the other side. Why startups should choose you? What's the point? Should startups look on the
Okay, yeah. I mean, from what we can give him as a except money. Yeah. And today, just I think you know it already. It's so easy to raise. I think in this time at least for crypto projects. So they immediately after they do the presentation, it's okay, how you can help us. So I think from our side, it's partnerships with our portfolio companies. We help sometimes with developers if we can, because it's really hard to bring Solidity or Rust developers right now. Helping with that, I'll say the correct answer would say token model. It's a little bit hard to do a right token model. So try to build it with them together and understand what is the best token model they can have. Yeah, so I think that's the parts that we help in.
I think it's a very, from our perspective, it's a very open question in the sense that every situation is very different. We, as an example, pre-seeded around and then seeded around, of a very interesting and successful project. But our biggest value add was putting together a reputable group of investors, a syndicate to actually lead this investment. And now that the project is very well funded, the bigger guys are able to add additional value. So in that particular case, we were able to actually make the entire thing funded. But again, it's case by case, and every fund, I think, has its own internal expertise. We also have an operating person with a particular skill set that we can second to some of our projects at an operational level for a short period of time to actually put a team together, put a plan together, and so forth. So it's really on a case-by-case basis. I don't think there is one plain solution, and needs to be studied. Yeah.
I agree with you. Every project, it's a different mission. I have to say that to the guys that been around here in the last 4 years, 3 years ago, I feel that no one asks you what you can bring except money, and I'm happy that it's changed.
Looks like the rest of you are very well funded.
I don't know if there's another mic, so I'm right next to you guys, but maybe for the guys in the back. A lot of the theme of this event here with Neon has been, one, it's multi-chain, but then it's also how can builders get involved, right? And just as we go through kind of bootstrapping an early ecosystem with Neon, we kind of see the whole spectrum of, established kind of protocols that are already maybe on ETH or like Avalanche or somewhere else. And then there's some scrappy builders on the other side of the spectrum who are trying to build forks or maybe optimize for, that certain environment, right? So, let's just say that, a really promising team comes to us and says, we want to do a similar product that exists somewhere else, but we wanted to do it on Neon, right? Are these sorts of things interesting at the right valuations, or how do you guys look at these sort of projects that might not be going from, they're not starting something completely new, it's similar, but it's still clearly necessary for the rest of the ecosystem maybe to build on top of?
It's our question because Neon using EVM, and I mean, many projects can move. It's more about the liquidity, that like what are moving with them. So it's really hard to answer about it. But I think Neon, in my perspective as an investor, I invest in Neon. So I have to say that I think it's gonna be big. So for me, the ecosystem gonna be huge, and it's a lot of potential there. But I will not say it on every other layer 2 solution or sidechain. So, my opinion.
Speaking about Neon, I mean, I've heard about Neon, but I know very little about Neon. So from that perspective, it was very interesting to listen to your presentation. I think there needs to be a reason why someone wants to be on Neon or any other particular chain. So I would say, like, we as a fund, particularly as it relates to EVM solutions, we don't like copycats, because all the bigger guys can always, come and, populate, the new chain with its own solution, with a lot more liquidity and so forth. I would say that your question is more relevant to teams that are at this critical juncture of making their initial decisions on where they go and where they deploy, because you will need to bring utility to Neon, right, by increasing its usage and the number of projects. And also what's important for Neon is that it's not just about the technology, it's about the big marketing machine as well. So your biggest challenge is getting your message across to the entire community, to the market, that indeed, you are the best EVM solution to deploy on. For instance, I just came from a GameFi conference or meetup place, and I met an entrepreneur who is doing it's not a guild, but like a development platform for Web 3.0 games. And he kept, he started talking about deploying on Polygon and telling me that it's actually going to be a reasonably cheap solution for him. One thing that he's not, in my opinion, one thing he's not quite correct about is the fact that as usage on Polygon goes, the price of all these transactions, I don't think it's cheap already, in all honesty. And then as usage expands, it's going to become ever more expensive. And he had no other ideas as to where to go. So I think your goal should be to, deliver that message to the masses that, I don't know whether your solution will stay cheap forever or how it's actually going to work and develop, but I assume the reason you're doing this is because it's very scalable, it's cheap, it's attractive from many, many different perspectives, right? Right. So, but I think, going back to your question, you asked about copycats. I don't like copycats on EVM, so.
Thank you.
Okay, it was a long, interesting day, and we discussed about the Web3 trends, how to be successful, how to come from the idea to a big project. We discussed different possibilities and what people with the money are looking for. And of course, we discussed about Neon also, and about our platform, and how to get into the world of ecosystem of Solana using Neon EVM. Thank you so much for being here. And this is not the end. We have the after party at 7 o'clock, so please come. Will be nice and will be fun. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, yes, not 7, 6 o'clock. And we're here. Please, we will be more than happy to talk with each and one of you. Guys, thank you so much. It was so
Pleasure.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think also the party